Senate will come out of recess. I call the Senate to order, and I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Good morning, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. That was a nice strong aye. We're now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, Senate. Let's pray. Father in heaven, you give us wisdom when we ask, and we're grateful for that. You give us knowledge when we are lacking, and we are grateful. When the two siblings come knocking at the door, when decisions are needed to be made, and the siblings have pressure and complacency, let them find your still small voice of truth in the midst of the competing voices that want to pull us away from the places that bring freedom and peace to people. I ask that you would protect our senators and their staff and their families. We're grateful for them and their service to the state of New Hampshire. Amen.
Senator Waters, will you lead us in the pledge? Senator Giuda and Senator Whitley are excused for the day. Any introductions of guests? Seeing most of you shook everyone's hand out in the hallway, I guess not. Without objection, today's FN report is adopted. Removed from the consent calendar, House Bill 1063 and Ways and Means. Special ordered. Without objection, the following bills are special ordered to the next session. Election law, Senate Bill 418. Executive departments, Senate Bill 382. Finance, Senate Bill 403. Senate Bill 415. In health, Senate Bill 446. Senator Bradley moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found to be ought to pass ordered as follows. FN bills not waived under Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Before we go to the regular calendar, right now my understanding is we have 16 bills in committee that are coming to the floor next week that are Senate bills. And whatever you send today from FNs will go to Finance, and those are coming to the floor. So we'll be upwards of 20 or 21 bills on the 31st. What the Senate may do, depending on how Finance and the other committees play nice next week, on Monday and Tuesday, we'll definitely have to create an addendum, Calla, because of Finance, and we'll have that, but we may pick up all the bills in the committees that do work on Monday and Tuesday. Having said that, if we can do that and pick up most of the non-controversial consent calendar type bills, we will not be in session on the 7th. So if the committees can do their work, we can take the 7th off. I guarantee you there's 2 or 3 committees that want to meet on the 7th, but they're going to fight for the time, I guess. Are we ready? Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 238, an act relative to special education services and chartered public schools. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 238 ought to pass with amendment. This bill would require chartered public schools to enter into a memorandum of understanding with a resident school district concerning special education service for a chartered public school student with disabilities. MOUs are guiding documents frequently used in local government that clarify the roles and responsibilities of each individual in an MOU. These MOUs would not interfere or undermine any standing contracts already in effect in resident districts. A committee amendment was adopted to require a chartered public school and resident district to review their MOU at least 2 weeks prior to the start of the school year. The majority of the Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendments on Senate Bill 238. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have Amendment 1180S. It's floor amendment 2238. Amend the bill by replacing Section 2 with the following. The effective date will take place on July 1st, 2023, instead of January 1st, 2023, as in the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ward. Senator Ward offers floor amendment 1180. Is there any discussion on floor amendment 1180? The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1180. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendments. Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to offer floor amendment 1175.
Senator Khan offers floor amendment 1175 and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think there's been important work done on this bill. It's complicated because charter school students who have special needs, have enrolled in charter schools, are dependent on public schools to provide their individual education programs, their IEPs. And hence, the institutions, what this bill is attempting to do is make sure that there is a memorandum of understanding between those institutions to make sure that the students are getting the services that they need. Again, it's complicated because you've got students in one school dependent on another school to deliver their services. In the current amendments that are before you, it states that at least 2 weeks prior to the start of the school year, those MOUs would be in place. Ideally, they would be in place before the end of the previous school year, but that may take a couple of years for us to get to an ideal. In the meantime, that language of in the 2 weeks prior to the start of the school year coincides with when teachers go back to school. And so it's not reasonable that a memorandum of understanding that was not put in place at the end of the previous school year would be put in place 2 weeks prior. But it can be done in that 2 week period when teachers come back and are under contract and the start of a school year. So that conversation has been had with the Commissioner of Education, and this amendment is therefore brought forward for your approval today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1175. Further discussion? Seeing none, you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The noes have it. You've defeated floor amendment 1175. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Khan.
Well, this is an interesting way to start the day. I thought the ice provided the obstacle I'm really surprised. I had a conversation with the Commissioner of Education, and we agreed that this is what ought to be done. It's just a mistake. You want teachers who aren't in session to talk about an MOU that wasn't in place at the end of a school year. How do you do that? How does that happen? Really? How many rules do we make up without any work with people that need to implement them? That's what this is. I'm just really disappointed in my colleagues. That was the problem with the bill to begin with. We talked with the department. How did this amendment get produced? Oh, I went back to my office and I wrote it up. Oh, did we bother to share the amendment with anybody who was going to implement it? So we did. And they made comments back and forth. And we got those comments. And I talked to the commissioner about those comments. We dropped a lot of the things that they might have wanted to see done. But the one thing that the commissioner and I agreed on is it probably is unreasonable to expect people on the first day that they come back from their contract, to produce an MOU that wasn't in place the previous school year. To address the needs of students who have special education needs who weren't enrolled in the school in the previous year. Why wouldn't we want that memorandum of understanding to contain what is needed for the start of the school year? I could argue and scream about this. And maybe it's not going to change anybody to stand up and say, I'd like to reconsider this. Maybe we got this wrong. Maybe Khan and the commissioner got this right. Sorry, Mr. President, this is a bad way to start the day.
Senator Khan, any further discussion? Senator Ward.
Mr. President, yes, we did have discussions between the Department of Education, the commissioner, and with the people representing the charter schools. And they really wanted to have time before the school starts to sit down with the sending district to get an MOU going, not to sit down and plan for what was going to happen, but just to get together. And I know that my colleague from District 10 was very concerned, and he met with special education teachers and got some guidance from them. And they said an MOU will be okay, 14 days. It was not ideal, but it was better. That really wanted to have at least 30 days, but we settled for 14 days. And if we just say prior to school start, there is no time. We don't know when that is going to be. That's why we settled for 14 days to have at least a time limit on when we could do it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. Further discussion? Senator Hennessy.
President, I just also want to point out to the body that we just adopted Senator from District 8's amendment, thank you, that extends out the date for which these MOUs have to be in place to July 1st of 2023. So districts have, if this bill is signed by the governor, a full year to work out what these MOUs say, and they can review the MOUs prior to the end of a school year. It also, nothing in the bill says anything about special education teachers. It says the sending district and the charter public school. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks. Let's see, further discussion? You ready for the question? Question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 238. You ready for it? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion about to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 426 FN, an act relative to the adequate education grants for fiscal year 2023. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 426 FN, inexpedient to legislate. The bill would require the Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Education to use the highest average daily membership and residence count for school years 2020, 2021, and 2022 when calculating adequate education grants for fiscal year 2023. This bill would essentially create another layer of one-time funding through stabilization grants. As FY23 school budgets will already have been drafted and passed by summer of this year, this funding would not go directly to education funding, but instead as excess funding. Additionally, as the committee did not hear testimony from school districts saying that this is a true issue, the majority of the committee found that this one-time funding would only create inconsistency in funding to school districts. The Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 426 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Ward. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've all been schooled on budgeting. My colleague from District 20 will often tell us that a budget is a statement of values. And, Mr. President, I've heard you say the same thing. A budget is a statement of values. And if you start with a statement of values or your set of values, that we ought to at least fund public schools in the next fiscal year, fiscal 23, at the same level as we funded them in fiscal 22, then you'll support this bill. In other words, you'll vote down the ITL, and you'll vote to introduce and ought to pass on this bill. Not doing that, we have school funding for fiscal 23 that goes down by $34 million. Let's not debate that number again. It goes down from fiscal 22 to fiscal 23 by $34 million. And because we've talked about that several times here during the committee's conversation, we asked the Department of Education, their finance people, what is it? Give us a table. They gave us the table. It goes down by $34 million from fiscal 22 to fiscal 23. Why does it go down by $34 million? Because we don't use the same rules for fiscal 23 that we use for fiscal 22. And it's really, as we come up to this deadline for fiscal 23, it's kind of mysterious why not. Fiscal 22, we couldn't explain an enrollment drop. In fiscal 23, we still can't explain an enrollment drop. All we know is that COVID interfered with students going back to school in fiscal 22, and COVID was still an interference with students going back to school in fiscal 23. All this isn't even chaptered law. This is just session law. This is just taking the same rule that the Finance Committee, that HB2 already has in place, and using that same rule for fiscal 23. What's that rule? It says, we'll look at 3 years of enrollment. We'll take your highest enrollment over those 3 years, beginning with fall of 19, and we'll use that rule for enrollment for fiscal 23. Same rule. And it provides then $30 million of funding back to public schools. It gets us almost back to the $988 million that we've allocated for fiscal 22. But no, we're not going to do that, I guess. And that's disappointing. Because that's sending a message to schools and saying, we don't value the same level of funding in the 2 years of this biennium. I know we're going to hear, we've done all these different things. We've got stabilization grants, SWEP grants, differentiated aid calculations, conditional differentiated aid for FR, free and reduced lunch meals. We've got relief funding, and we're going to have, by the time this session is over, extraordinary needs funding. We've got so many funding categories. If you're a school administrator, you can't, it's just hard to keep track of our scoreboard. One thing that could be just one consistent message, we're going to try to provide the same amount of money in both years of the biennium. And then the next thing you're going to hear is, why does school costs keep going up? And we just gave you one reason on 238. We're sending all the special education students that are enrolled anywhere in the state, public, private, charter, we're sending them to the public schools. It's their responsibility to educate students that aren't even counted in their head count. And for sure, I anticipated that somebody was going to say that, what good will this do? Towns have already had their meetings. They've already cooked their budgets. Well, when we did disparity aid in fiscal 21, schools had already passed their budgets. But you know what it did? For 2/3 of those schools that received that disparity aid, they reduced their taxes. We hear the governor saying, we've got surplus money, we ought to reduce people's tax burden. Come up with a good idea and I'll support it. Boy, if there was ever a direct idea for how to reduce property taxes, this is it. $30 million to school districts. What are you going to do? You're going to reduce your taxes. That's what this does. It goes to the bottom line. It will reduce the taxes, local properties. So a budget is a statement of values. I can only take away from this that providing the 16, I got a bet with my colleague from District 23 that it's going to be $24 million that we're going to spend on school vouchers before this biennium is over. I guess that's where the $34 million is going. We're cutting public education, but we're going to be able to afford unbridled spending for school vouchers totaling somewhere between $16 and $24 million. What else can the public take away from our debates? But that plain and simple fact. We're cutting public education and supporting school vouchers from the same pool of money in the same biennium. Statement of values. I encourage my colleagues to vote against this ITL so that we can do an ought to pass on this motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. Further discussion? Senator Hennessy.
President, thank you to my colleague from District 10 for stating all of the funding that we've been doing for education, which I just want to reiterate includes an additional $35 million that we put into the budget. We'll be hearing later of an additional $14 million for this upcoming year. We added for 2022 a stabilization for the average daily membership in the budget. But what this bill does is continues that stabilization of our pupils' numbers. We heard from the department that on average, we lose 1% of students in our public education every year. We're not cutting funding per pupil. What Senator from District 10 is talking about is the numbers that we're putting in. We've added additional funding overall to our school districts based on the numbers that we have. What this bill does is continue the stabilization grants, which I personally like because it helps my district, but there's people in here districts that stabilization grants do not like. If we want to open up the talk about stabilization grants, the time to do that is when we talk about the state budget, but not now. I also just want to point out, if we give money to school districts, it doesn't automatically decrease taxation. It could increase spending that would go on in the following year budget that's not going to be presented to the voters and the constituents when that $30 million is not there the following year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Hennessy. Senator Ward.
Then I was just going to say that the school population has gone down, and that's what we're dealing with. So why give the same amount of money if you don't have that many kids anymore? And I think Senator from the District 1 did a good job of saying what we are doing. Thank you.
Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to remind everybody that we are still in a pandemic. We're not out of it yet, and these numbers reflect the pandemic. So the idea that we would all of a sudden stop providing that funding that we had done in reaction to the pandemic leaves the cities and towns and municipalities in a $30 million lurch. This is not one-time funding in the classic sense. This is part of how we stabilize the state coming out of our pandemic. And we are not just the senators who have constituents who are adults. Our constituents are the children. And that needs to be our highest priority. As Senator Khan said, we need to be able to look our children in the eye and say, we have done everything we possibly can for our public school systems, for our public school children. And the idea that this money would be considered excess doesn't recognize the sophistication and the training of the people in our school districts who will actually use this to great efficacy. So I join my colleague from District 10 in asking us to overturn the ITL and make it very clear that we are committed to our public schools and most importantly to our public school children, and that we recognize the reality that we are not out of the pandemic yet, and that our schools still need support, and that the numbers that the senator from District 1 was talking about may actually still reflect the pandemic's impact on our school population. The overhead for these schools has not gone down, and we should not be decreasing funding still as we come out of this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't believe, based on my memory of what we, or at least some of us, voted for in HB2 and HB1 in June, that we've actually cut education spending. As I recall, we increased overall education spending by $103 million. And we're going to do it again today when we vote for our colleague's bill, Senate bill, I'm sorry, I don't have the number in front of me, but the extraordinary grant bill, which I suspect that each and every one of our districts has schools that are in significant need of this funding, and it's ongoing. This is a much better way of continuing what we established in the budget, which is increases in education funding. That was a fact. And with Senator Hennessy's bill, we'll continue that process of using the surplus that a strong economy has created to help lower property taxes and help our kids in public schools. Thank you, Mr. President.
Bradley. Senator Rosenwald.
And I hadn't planned to get up, but as much as I am loath to disagree with my friend from District 3, I do recall in the budget that we cut public school funding by a significant amount. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank my colleagues for standing up for trying to do something here today to send a message to public schools about our support for them. I want to make really clear what these numbers are. In fiscal '23, we are spending as a total on public education $952 million. In fiscal '22, we allocated $988 million. Very easy to do that math, $34 million difference in the HB2 budget. That's how much it went down, $34 million. When we do extraordinary needs, which is Senate Bill 420 later today, we'll be moving $14 million back, so we can do that math too. Still $20 million of a difference. Decrease from 22 to 23. That's just fact. You want to go back to fiscal 21? We budgeted $1,012 million in fiscal 21 for school funding. So these numbers, I just can't make them up. They come right straight from the LBA and from the Department of Education and from HB2. So my colleagues, I again hope that you'll vote down this ITL motion so that we can do something meaningful today here for public education. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. Further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Rosenwald, seconded by Senator Bradley. Good. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy. Yes. Senator Guida is excused. Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley is excused. Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Popa.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 13-9. The motion being expedient to legislate is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 453 FNAL, an act relative to statewide pre-kindergarten funding. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 453 FN-A-L be referred to interim study. This bill, as introduced with the Replace All Amendment, relies on expected federal money to provide funding for pre-kindergarten, pre-K programs. The Department of Health and Human Services would oversee the pre-K program. Excuse me. To better understand the potential fiscal impact of this bill on local communities and taxpayers, the committee requested a fiscal analysis from the LBA. The fiscal analysis found that the Department of Health and Human Services, the department of which would be responsible for overseeing this program, would require additional staff and possibly the establishment of an entirely new unit to implement this program statewide. The analysis also found that this bill would increase state costs. However, there are increased personnel and administrative costs. However, there are no appropriation for either expenditure in the language of this bill. While this bill is well-intentioned, the majority of the committee found that it would not be prudent to implement a program of this magnitude without access to already existing funding or a known permanent funding source. Further, it would not be in the best interest of granted status to implement such a program on only the hope of receiving federal dollars to support the program, to then be forced to rely on local property taxpayers to sustain the program. The Education Committee asks for your support on the motion to refer to interim study on Senate Bill 453 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have referred to this bill as Jean's bill after my mother, Jean Sherman. She ran one of the largest nursery schools in Connecticut and then devoted the rest of her life to being an early childhood therapist. And she was awesome. She even had a column in the local paper on parenting. Her commitment to early childhood education and early childhood therapy came from a deep understanding of how important those few years are for setting the trajectory of the rest of that young person's life. Whether it was how they achieved or whether they were able to lead a productive life. We see so many traumas in our older adolescents and young adults these days, whether it's substance use, mental health. So much of that, if you sit back and talk to a great teacher, they could see it in the younger years. And the programming wasn't there. It was already forming. That trajectory was already forming. Children who have a robust early childhood experience have a much greater likelihood of having a robust adult experience. This is an investment. The bill as introduced was not what I had intended. I had intended a bill that would understand that we are recognizing this in states across the country, red states, blue states. Oklahoma was one of the first. Wisconsin, New Jersey, New York, Texas. All of these states are moving towards some level of investment in pre-K. But the beauty of the idea that I was bringing forward was that it had no fiscal impact unless the funding was available from the federal government. The fiscal note was only reflecting what happens if adequate money comes into the state to do this. Right now, we have no clear method to accept federal funding for pre-K, and we have no blueprint for how to implement that. That's what this bill envisioned. No local cost unless the locality decided to move forward. No expenditure in DHHS unless the money was available both for the administration and for the grants that would come out of it. And guess what? We already have pre-K in many communities across the state because the local municipalities, the subdivision, has decided to move forward because it's such a high value. Another really important point is that when you look around the country at states that have embraced some level of pre-K, it takes about a decade for that process to mature. I don't want us, as a state, to be reacting to federal funding. I want us to be thinking forward, being strategic about how we accept that funding and how we then dispense it. The reason this is in DHHS is because they're currently doing it. They have pre-K programs. They're used to programs that have to do with early childhood, including childcare, which they license. They work closely with Head Start. And the other part that this bill, an enabling bill, anticipates is that DHHS would be able to not only help communities that might be starting program de novo. But like New Jersey and Wisconsin and New York, they would be taking established, highly effective programs and be able to expand those with the additional funding. No cost. We do that all the time. We set up line items in the budget that have $0 in them, anticipating possible funding in the future, either from the feds or from grants or loans. I'm sorry, grants. This is not going to increase property taxes. This is going to show that we are being strategic, ready for federal funding if it comes, that we are anticipating that federal funding, that we have created a framework that also would match what we know right now is being considered at the federal level, and that we are supporting our local communities, who can then, as a big believer in local control, can then make the decision themselves whether they go forward. So I would ask for your support in overturning the interim study and allowing me to move forward with introduction of the amendment that the good senator from District 8 described. And let's make sure that our state knows that this body believes that we should be investing in our children, or at least allowing that investment should the funding come in. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Sherman, any further discussion? Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of what our colleague from District 24 has just asked, that we vote down the interim study on this motion so that he can bring forward an amendment that really explains what this bill was all about, what our discussion in the Education Committee was all about. I just want to remind the body that HB 2, we created funds just like what the senator is asking us to do for early childhood, pre-kindergarten education. We created a broadband fund, didn't have any funding, but we created it because we anticipated that funding might be forthcoming. We had a body and dash cam fund that we created. We seeded it with a little bit of money, but we anticipated more money would come from the federal government, so we created a body and dash cam fund. That's what we are being asked to do today, is anticipate the future. It's not a huge leap. We're not asking people to spend a lot of money. We're just creating the funding mechanism so that if and when funding comes, we've got a mechanism to receive it. Same kind of rationale. And I'd also want to just point out, as our colleague from District 24 has said, we have early childhood licensure, which, by the way, if anyone looked at the audit, noticed that 229 early childhood programs closed in the last 3 years. We have Head Start programs. We have special education pre-kindergarten programs. And you know what that special education pre-kindergarten program requires? That 50% of the students in the classroom don't have special education needs. And how do school districts get those students in? They charge tuition. So there's no apprehension about a mechanism for doing what is going to be proposed if we consider the amendment. School districts already know what to do. If they don't have the money to support a child in early pre-kindergarten courses and education, they're going to charge tuition. Plain and simple. No burden on the local taxpayers. Just an investment in kids learning, in kids coming up to the same level of preparedness for our required school ages. All right. I encourage you, there's lots of reason to not do the interim study here, to allow us to do what we've already done in HB 2 and allow this amendment to come forward so that we can consider that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Khan. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 453. Further discussion? You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Sherman, seconded by Senator Susie. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Guide is excused. Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Losing my voice here. Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley's excused. Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion to refer to interim study is adopted 13-9. Senator Bradley.
For a 2-minute recess, please.
Senate recess for Senate will come out of recess. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 241, an act apportioning executive council districts. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee voted Senate Bill 241, redistricting executive council districts, to be referred to interim study. This bill established executive council districts based on the latest federal decennial census. After examining the current district population deviation was found to be only 2.27, and under the constitutional statutory requirements, it was not necessary to make changes to the existing districts. Most common concern we heard during the public hearings across the state and here in Concord was regarding Executive Council District 2, stretching from Vermont border to the seacoast. After the committee voted, work on the bill continued, addressing the District 2 deviations and trying to reduce the population. Therefore, I ask my colleagues to vote down the motion of interim studies so that a new motion may be offered. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins Coker.
Mr. President, I will speak to the floor amendment offered by Senator Gray if offered.
The adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 241. Is there any discussion on? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. You've defeated the motion of interim study. Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer amendment 20. Yes, sir. I apologize for getting ahead of myself.
Senator Gray.
I also offer amendment 2022-1188S and would like to speak to my motion.
Senator Gray offers floor amendment 1188 and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I said in the opening remarks, work did continue after the committee voted interim study to try and find a way to address the concerns in District 2 and to reduce the population deviation that was in the existing map. The bill that you have in front of you, and I believe all of you have had access to a copy of the map, does just that. It removes the tail that went across the middle of the state all the way to the seacoast and reduces that population deviation from 2.27 down to 1.26. I offer that for your consideration. We made sure that we did not double up on any of the executive counselors so that a counselor would be running against an existing counselor, and looked at the community's interest. And the map that you have in front of you, I believe, is a great map and should be supported. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1188. Senator Prentice, speak. Senator Perkins Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Amendment 1188S. Throughout our public listening sessions, Executive Council District 2 was consistently noted as the state's most blatant example of gerrymandering, as my colleague from District 6 has just made reference to. When the map was drawn a decade ago, the drafters worked to pack as many Democratic voters into one district as possible to benefit the Republicans in neighboring districts. And it worked. District 2 is currently a Democratic stronghold, which means that Republican voters are having their voices silenced election after election. I was hopeful that by special ordering SB 241, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were indicating that efforts were being made to address this serious issue. However, what we received falls far short. This amendment fails to meet the needs of New Hampshire voters. Instead of eliminating the gerrymander in District 2, this amendment now doubles our number of gerrymandered districts. Now, District 1 is gerrymandered too. District 2 now stretches from Coas County down to Massachusetts. District 1 from the Canadian border to the seacoast, Dixville Notch to Dover. Thanks to Amendment 1188S, we now have even more gerrymandered districts being proposed. After years at this point of being told that this process would be fair and transparent, here we are with a map that has had no hearings and that we got less than 48 hours before the vote. This has had no public input, and we don't know the criteria used to make the communities of interest that we hope would be reflected in them. I would ask my colleagues to vote down this amendment so that we may present an alternative that better represents New Hampshire voters. We owe it to the people we represent to redraw the Executive Council map to better reflect communities of interest and the bipartisan balance of our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Spoker. Any further discussion? Roll call's been requested by Senator Susie, seconded by Senator Birdsall. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Did she say no?
Yes.
Senator Guide is excused. Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward. Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Abar.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley's excused. Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Spoker.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 12 to 10. You've adopted floor amendment 1188. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Susie.
President, I'd like to offer floor amendment 1189 and speak to my amendment.
Senator Susie offers floor amendment 1189 and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment may look familiar to some of you as it's the proposal that has been consistently offered to fix our Executive Council maps. As you've heard me say, and as you heard my colleague from District 6 say, one of the issues most frequently raised, practically in every single county where we listened to testimony, was the issue of Executive Council District 2 and the fact that it looks like a salamander and is gerrymandered. For that reason, our amendment uses as a starting point the Executive Council districts as they existed after the 2002 redistricting process, and then makes adjustments from there for population and communities of interest. In creating this proposal, we first focused on overall population deviation, but we also prioritized communities of interest, respected county lines and school districts as often as possible, and sought to create a map that was as competitive as possible to reflect the true partisan balance that exists in New Hampshire. At the end, the final result is 5 competitive existing Executive Council districts. For this map, the overall population deviation is 6.32%, which is again well within the range required. Under this amendment, District 1 remains a large district that encompasses the northern part of the state. As a way to maintain communities of interest, District 1 in this proposal would now incorporate 5 counties: Coos, Carroll, Grafton, Belknap, and Sullivan, rather than the current district, which is in 7 different counties. District 1 is similar to the existing district, with some minor changes made to stay within county lines. District 2, the infamous salamander, becomes a much more compact district under this proposal. Under this proposal, it no longer stretches across the state. It would now encompass Merrimack, Stratford, and Northwest Rockingham County, making it a more competitive district. District 3 remains similar to the existing district, but swaps some towns in western Rockingham in order to balance population. District 4 also becomes more compact. The only town in the proposed district that does not share a border with Manchester is Derry. And District 5 returns to a similar district that existed prior to the last cycle. Under this proposal, District 5 would encompass the entirety of Cheshire County and the vast majority of Hillsborough County, including Nashua. Mr. President, I would suggest to you that I know these have been handed out, but what does this look like and what does it mean? Well, I think what it looks like is that we have two very different maps. One that has lines that go all over the place, one that is cleaner, neater, sharper, and more in keeping with what the citizens of the state of New Hampshire asked us to do. So, Mr. President, at this time, and time again, I've said redistricting is some of the most important work we do. It's important because of how long it lasts. You know, our budget is a 2-year cycle. Our other bills, you know, we change from time to time. Redistricting once in place lasts, and it lasts for 10 years. So it is important, and the people we represent are relying on us to get it right. We owe it to them to deliver a final product that truly represents what our state is like. As such, I would ask you to please support this amendment and recognize the more compact districts that can be formed and more competitive districts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Susie. The question is the adoption of Floor Amendment 1189. Further discussion? Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to rise and support this amendment. I don't know why we continue to take Cheshire County and not recognize its county boundaries. This would be so easily done. So easily done. And obviously, this amendment that's before us now does it. I represent 15 of 23 towns in Cheshire County currently. I just got to stand and say, every map that we see, we just keep carving it up, cut it up a little more. Doesn't make sense. I support what the Senator from District 18 has brought forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Khan, Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Consistently across all of the redistricting things I have done, I have tried to follow both the federal Constitution and the one man, one vote, and the New Hampshire Constitution, Part 2, Article 9, which admittedly deals more with the House than others, but where it talks about population as equal as possible. My words, I may have misquoted that slightly, but equal population, that's where we are. And to take a map and make a deviation of 6.32 when you can get the population much closer, to me, is not what the people of New Hampshire deserve. It is not following the Constitution. It is not following the laws here in New Hampshire. If you try to get that population closer, the map starts to get ugly. And some people equate that with gerrymandering. But when you're trading this town that has 1,000 people with these two towns that have 500 and 600 people and this and that, you get the map that's got more jags in it, more whatever. The map that we've already passed in the amendment is a good map. It has a population deviation of 1.26. To say that we have up to 10% is disingenuous. Court rulings on population deviation go around and talk about state legislatures. And they say in the courts, you can go up to 10%. For a congressional district, it's 0.75%. The maps I have put forward, the state Senate backs off of that 10%. And the executive council, because you're only dividing into 5, makes it much, much easier to get that percent lower, as you can see from the map that we submitted in the amendment we just passed. I urge my colleagues to support that amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I rise in support of the senator from District 18's amendment, 1189S. And I'll tell you why I support this amendment and I did not support this amendment. And there's one key factor for me, and that has to do with the input of the public. The amendment that's before us now, presented by the senator from District 18, has been heard and considered and had public input. This, although developed, as I understand from my colleague from District 6, during the process over many months, was introduced in the last, was it 24 hours? Yeah, I mean, have we even had a day? Has the public had any opportunity to respond to this? I'm still trying to, understand and wrap my mind around this, and I think it's important that, the residents of this state, from a fair mapping perspective, and this is in their interest too, have time to actually learn about this, understand how it was constructed, and give their input. So I'd ask for my colleagues to support the senators, I'm still new to this, District 18's senator's amendment in place of, and remove the previous one. Remove the previous one, thank you.
Just so we're clear, we're voting on the question of the adoption of floor amendment 1189. Senator Perkins Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of floor amendment 1189S. We have had countless attempts at process here. We've brought legislation to have an independent redistricting committee. We've asked for rules for our hearings. We've asked to make sure there's enough public input. We've asked for hearings on any maps that are presented. We've asked for criteria for redistricting. We have asked time and time and time again to ensure that this was a fair process, that people had time to react to these maps. And yet, here we are trying to assess and vote on this map today, offered under Amendment 1188, whereas an alternative, we have map 1189S, which the public has had an opportunity to review. It has had a hearing under a different name. My colleague from District 6 keeps referring to this population deviation and relying on the court to say that the court has deferred to the legislature and said that redistricting is a legislative function. If it's a legislative function, then let's legislate it. Let's put this map to hearing. Let's get some input on it. Let's interact over it. Let's take that public input in instead of offering it less than 48 hours before our vote and being asked to have an opinion on it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Coker. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1189. Further discussion. Roll call has been requested by Senator Susie, seconded by Senator Avon. You're voting on the adoption of floor amendment 1189. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Giuda is excused. Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
Nope.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley's excused. Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coker.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. The amendment's defeated 9-13. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 241. You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 405FN, an act relative to fines and penalties for election law violations. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 405FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill as amended modifies certain offenses relating to elections. There are many election laws in New Hampshire, when violated, carry penalties. Some are enforced, others are not. The purpose of this legislation is to disincentivize people from breaking those laws by adding some weight to the penalties. The first section of this bill adds protections for election officers from threats, violence, intimidation, or interference at the polling locations. Violations of the provisions in this section will carry a Class B felony charge. Additionally, the bill increases the civil penalties for removing, defacing, or destroying political advertising on private property to $250 for each piece, up to a maximum of $2,000. Violating election laws is an interference in the election process and an infringement on the First Amendment rights of candidates and the voters. This legislation will provide added protections to ensure the integrity of New Hampshire elections. Therefore, the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendments. Question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 405. You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk. Senate is in recess for 2 minutes. Come out of recess. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 262, an act relative to customer generators of electric energy. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 262 ought to pass with amendment. Senate Bill 262 has 4 parts, all which are designed to support New Hampshire businesses and existing energy programs. Firstly, the bill addresses the net metering for large business customers who have a load larger than 1 megawatt but less than 5 megawatts. And under the current law, companies who install on-site generations must sometimes install systems that are smaller than their needs in order to receive the 1 megawatt net metering credit. Under SB 262, 80% of the power produced by the on-site generation must be consumed on-site. This will protect against any potential cost shifts. Secondly, the bill adds definitions of small and large customers for net metering to state law. And by setting the definition of small customers at less than 500 kilowatts, the bill sets the stage for more small businesses to participate in net metering, with the goal of giving them more control over their energy costs. Thirdly, SB 262 fixes unintended glitches in the group net metering law, which does not allow existing self-generators to join the net metering groups. This fix will increase the efficiency in the system as more cities and towns begin to use the municipal net metering law, which we just passed, HB 315, last year. And finally, the bill launches an investigation into making improvements into the interconnection process, which is used by the state by the state self-generators to interconnect to the distribution system. And there is strong support for this, and it sets the stage for changes at the PUC. Overall, SB 262 will support businesses and existing renewable energy programs in New Hampshire and includes safeguards against potential cost shifting. The Senate Energy and Natural Resource Committee asks for your support with an ought to pass on 262, and I do have an amendment to go with it, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. During the process of the bill, we did a lot of committee work in exec, and there was an oversight. So I'm submitting SB 1148 and would like to speak to my...
Senator Avard offers floor amendment 1148. You may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment for 262, this amendment, basically it raises the peak generation cap from 100 kilowatts to 500 kilowatts. This language adds to the language that already exists in Section 4. And without the amendment for 262, we would have a donut hole in the sense that the bill as amended will be silent on how customer generators between 100 megawatt and 500 megawatts should be compensated for their net metering generation. And this solves the issue. It's just an oversight. So,
Senator Avard, the question is the adoption of floor amendment 1148. Further discussion. Senator Perkins Cuoco.
I was just nodding my head, sorry.
Anyone else want to nod? Adoption of floor amendment 1148. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I want to rise in support of Senate Bill 262, and I really to commend the senator from District 12 on his work on this bill, and really for the last few years in finding a way to let our communities take advantage of the clean energy, renewable energy revolution here. And what's important about this is that it really enables economic development. It lets folks who are generating power be able to use it on site, but also to distribute it as well. And if you want to imagine the senator from District 12 with a red bandana and his fists raised, yelling power to the people, go right ahead, because that's really what this is about. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 262. You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Congratulations, you filled the donut hole. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 341L, an act relative to treatment of PFAS contaminants in the drinking water of Merrimack Village Water District. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
I move Senate Bill 341 local be referred to interim study. SB 341 local would require St. Cobain Performance Plastics to pay for remediation of water in certain wells in Merrimack that it's contaminated. Recently, PFAS contaminations were discovered in the drinking water of Merrimack Village Water District. St. Cobain has been identified by DES as the potential responsibility party to this. St. Cobain has agreed to a 5-year remediation plan. However, beginning in October 27, 2025, the total cost of cleanup going forward would fall on the residents of Merrimack. DES predicts that the total resolution of this pollution would take much longer, meaning that the cost of the long-term solution would fall on the Merrimack residents. While this bill aims to help the residents of Merrimack, the Energy and Natural Resource Committee is unsure if the bill is constitutional due to ongoing lawsuits involving St. Cobain and Merrimack. So the Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on a motion re-refer to interim study. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to table.
Motion is to table. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. You've tabled Senate Bill 341. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 368FN, an act relative to animal vending licenses. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-1. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 368FN ought to pass with amendment. Senate Bill 368FN details the process for transferring animals after an animal vending license is revoked. Under this bill, if someone has a license taken away for violating animal cruelty laws, there will be a mechanism in place to remove the animals from the owner. SB 368 will ensure the Department of Agriculture has the necessary tools to enforce this mechanism and process which they are currently lacking. And it is a credit to Senator from District 3 for many, many years trying to address issues of animal cruelty, and this is an important step. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on SB 368. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 368. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 380FN, an act relative to solid waste rules, landfill contaminant tests. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4-1. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 380FN to be referred to interim study. SB 380FN aims to create a committee to study prohibiting any landfill in New Hampshire from accepting solid waste from municipalities with no solid waste plan. This bill would create a committee study to the development of a solid waste disposal site evaluation committee, and it requires statutes and rules in effect at the time of the application for solid waste permit is completed to apply for any application. This bill also requires DES to consider the net public benefit where reviewing an application for solid waste is, when reviewing an application for solid waste permit. This bill has several inconsistencies that the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee believes needs to be studied for further development. So we ask for your support for an interim study. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask my colleagues to vote down the interim study motion so that another amendment may be presented. First, I want to thank my colleague from District 6 for his work on the Solid Waste Working Group and my colleague from District 4 for his support in moving forward our somewhat archaic solid waste rules that we have here in New Hampshire. I have an amendment that I would like to propose that strips out all of the original bill except for the two pieces that would move two different charges into the Solid Waste Working Group's charge. I've spoken with the chairperson of the Solid Waste Working Group, and she agrees with these charges to be added to their agenda items. And so I would hope that you would vote down the interim study motion so that another motion may be presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few issues have been more troublesome, not just in the North Country, but elsewhere than solid waste disposal over the last few years. We made a lot of good progress. We have the study committee. We have directed the DES to do the 10-year plan on solid waste, and they're making good progress on that and expect to have it out this fall as directed. We did consider and pass the bill to make sure that a hydrologist is involved to look at some of the issues of where leachate is going. 380, I think we all agreed in the committee that it raised a lot of issues and problems and maybe was premature because of the other work that was going on. However, I find the proposed floor amendment here really quite reasonable. It's a small step. It's something that makes sense to ask the solid waste study committee to include those in their charge because they're kind of key issues that will later play into what kind of rules are developed for future permitting of these facilities. So anyways, we had a lot of discussion here, but I think that actually the best thing we can do today is, let's vote down the interim study and let the floor amendment come forward, and I think we've made some progress today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 380. You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Avard. Seconded by Senator Hennessy. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Guide is excused. Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley's excused. Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The noes have it, 14-8. Senator Hennessy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move ought to pass.
Motion is ought to pass. Senator Hennessy for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 1212S, and I would like to speak to my motion.
Senator Hennessy offers floor amendment 1212 and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment 1212S is a replace all to SB 380. It moves 2 charges into the state solid waste working group, which is an ongoing working group looking at our solid waste in New Hampshire and how we're going to treat it going forward. The first charge is to review and make recommendations regarding municipal solid waste plans and implementing the prohibition of any landfill in the state from accepting waste from a municipality that does not have a solid waste management plan. And the second is to review and make recommendations regarding the development of a solid waste disposal site evaluation committee, or better defining alternative site analysis in RSA 149M9. I would hope that my colleagues would support this recommendation. It is supported by the chair of the Solid Waste Working Group, or as she likes to refer to it as SWAG, and I would hope you would vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 1212. Further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll. Oh, wait a minute, we have no roll call.
Sure.
Senator Avon requests a roll call, seconded by Senator Gannon. I was just staring at you, waiting, but
Okay.
Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaidas excused. Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward. Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley's excused. Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 20-2. You've adopted floor amendment 1212. Question is on the adoption of ought to pass on Senate Bill 380 as amended. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 226FN, an act establishing a recruitment and retention program for state employment. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 5-2. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 226FN be referred to interim study. This bill sought to grant authority to state agencies to expand funds for recruitment and retention incentives, including hiring bonuses and referral fees. The majority of the committee recognizes the state needs to develop a strategic long-term recruiting and hiring plan, but the authority requested in this bill would result in indeterminable expenditures and authority to make those indeterminable expenditures. With the public and private sectors chasing the same group of potential hires, a strategic long-term recruiting and hiring plan and the associated expenditures that go with the plan should be included in the state's budget next year. The Senate Finance Committee recommends SB 226FN be re-referred to interim study and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise against the pending motion. The Department of Administrative Services brought this item forward for us to discuss. And let me give you the landscape as it presents itself now. NOW, underscore it now. We have 10,000 employees in the state of New Hampshire, authorization for 10,000. We have 2,000 vacancies now. Not in the future, but now. I was told by the superintendent of New Hampshire Hospital, if she could fill every one of the vacancies, there would not be a waiting list. So why should we discourage recruitment and retention of employees? Why should we discourage it? Admin Services brings a proposal before us. There's no cost associated with this. All of the items are contained within their operating budget. Now, the budget that's in place. If you're going forward into the next biennium, there may be a request. But this particular situation is before us now. When you got 2,000 vacancies and you can't fill them, and you ask people to come up with a plan, and then you say, no, that's counterintuitive. Everyone is looking for employees. Why disincentivize a state employee for bringing up an idea for recruitment and retention? We used to have a statute for recruitment and retention. The only thing it dealt with was pay. This deals with bringing people into the labor force. We have jobs that have been vacant for 45 months. That's a long, long time. We have waiting lists at New Hampshire Hospital because we can't fill vacancies. We have 70 vacancies at Admin Services in the cleanup crew of our buildings. 70 vacancies. Why discourage people to bring forward ideas about recruitment and retention? Remember, 2,000 vacancies. 2,000 vacancies. Many of these vacancies have existed for a long period of time. Why discourage people from working in the area of recruitment and retention? I can't believe my colleagues voted it down. I asked them to reconsider. And let's think about the most important thing. We all have jobs to do. These jobs in state government produce services. They produce services for the people of the state of New Hampshire. We're going to discourage people from recruiting and retaining people? We're going to discourage that? I mean, come on. Let's wake up and smell the coffee. No cost is associated with this. The dollars will come from within the departments. Admin Services came up with a good idea. It's a good idea. It's an idea that's right on the table now. I mean, let's think about this. Pushing it off and studying. What are we going to study? How to recruit and retain people? Look, that takes an enormous amount of study? I don't think so. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 226, and I ask my colleagues to vote down the interim study motion. We initially heard this in executive departments and administration, and I remember the state employees that came to speak to us about this. And one of my questions, and this was after the senator from District 20 introduced the bill, was how will this all, when you build a recruitment and retention program, where you have all these vacancies, how are you going to pay for this? And they said, there will not be a cost because we have money within the system, because we are not spending this money on paying wages. We don't have positions filled. So I think the argument about what it might cost is really not on the table, because we've been assured. I felt really comfortable that day. I feel really comfortable now. Secondly, this is a time to make a strategic legislative and policy investment. Okay? Well, at the end of the day, when we need things done in state government, when our constituents need assistance and they can't get it and they call us for help, okay, where are the employees? I had a case a constituent called me in my district who was having a hard time getting a serious situation resolved for one of her special needs children because there wasn't the bandwidth within the staff to get this done, and the amount of people that were out on leave and unsure if they would ever be returning to work. So strategically, from a policy perspective, we should invest in the employees in the state of New Hampshire. We should use this opportunity to compete with the private sector and say, this is a great place to be. I was a state employee. This is a great place to work. Okay. And again, in hearing it in ED&A, I supported it there because I thought it was a great idea. I thought it was a timely idea, and the discussion about the funds and that would not be needed. So, Mr. President, thank you.
President, looking back at the docket on this bill, it passed out of committee 5-0 out of the policy committee. It passed this body on a voice vote. It has no financial impact. So what happened? I used to run a 10-physician practice, and when we had trouble getting employees during a competitive time, we pulled together all the physicians and we talked about retention and recruitment. We made programming. Do you do a bonus? Do you do a signing bonus? How do you get more? Typically, it was trying to recruit new physicians. The state is not a business. It's a bureaucracy. And what this bill does is it says, let's allow this bureaucracy to function more like a business. Let's allow it to be smarter, more strategic. And the commissioner is somebody who really understands this. So what message are we sending to the commissioner? What message are we sending to the people of New Hampshire? What message are we sending to DCYF where they have so many openings? And what message are we sending from the Senate? On the policy, we were unanimous. On the financial impact, we're now voting it down, but there isn't one. So what happened? Have we solved the problems? According to the senator from District 20, we haven't. We have 2,000 vacancies. Our DCYF workers are seeing 3 times the national standard. We have a missing child. And we're voting down what any good business would do in that setting. We would look at recruitment and retention strategies. That's all this does. And we voted it through unanimously. What has happened in that month and a half or month? So I urge you to overturn this, and let's pass this. Thank you, Mr. President.
A lot of what I was going to say has already been said by my colleagues here today. As the chair of ED&A, this bill came through our committee. We received no testimony against the bill whatsoever. We all voted for it. It was a 5-0 vote out of the committee and was placed on the consent calendar. So I think we also need to take into context. We are coming out of the pandemic, and the world, and including the work world, has changed. We had many state employees that were working remotely. And so I think this bill is going to give the state the ability to look back at what we did during the pandemic. What can we take from this and move forward? How can we create a better working environment that's going to respond to working parents today? How can we do this? And we can't do this without having a plan. And that's all this bill does, is get people starting to talk about this. We want to recruit the best
people that we possibly can. And in today's world, that means we might have to do some extra things. We've got a lot of students graduating from college with degrees in IT. Why would they want to come to work for the state when they can make so much more money working for a private company? We've got to become a little more competitive, and we've got to look at how we're doing things. And I believe this bill is going to do this. I can't speak to why the recommendation came out for interim study, but I do believe now is the time that we should start this process. It's not going to be easy, but we need to begin the process. As the good senator from District 24 spoke, we keep allocating money to DCYF, but we can't find people to do the work. So what are we doing? We've got to find the people, and we've got to offer them incentives to come here and work for us. So I rise to ask the body to please overturn the interim study motion so we can offer an alternative motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Carson, Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill had a fiscal note on it, and if you took the time to read the methodology on here, it states in part that the cost, the increase is indeterminable because the bill does not specify any amounts for bonuses or referral fees. So I take issue with those who claim that there's no financial impact to this. I mean, just this last week, when I was listening to the radio, I heard one private company that was advertising on there offering a $4,000 signing bonus. Now, what you're doing with this bill is you're competing with the private sector. So to say that there is no financial impact, you're competing with somebody who's offering $4,000 to do that. Now, on top of that, we recently had an item come before fiscal where administrative services wanted 3 positions. We approved $526,208 for 3 positions specifically designated for recruiting. So to say that we have done nothing is not correct. We have put in place that they are working on that. I want to continue to say that even if you go forward with this bill and talk about retention bonuses or hiring bonuses, how long do they have to stay? There's nothing in the bill that says that you're requiring somebody to make a 4-year commitment, a 3-year commitment, 5-year commitment. You know, they could grab their bonus, stay here a half a year and then leave. I don't think that's what we want either. So the fiscally responsible thing to do is to put this to interim study so that we can clean it up. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Daniels. Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, our colleague from District 20 talked about a 20% vacancy rate in state government. And yes, that's true, but in some departments, it's 45%. How can we expect that the citizens of New Hampshire are going to get the services and the programs we tell them we are funding when there are not enough employees to do the work? And this particular bill, I believe, has financial guardrails in place. It has no appropriation. So the departments would have to work within their current appropriations because state law does not allow departments to overspend their appropriations. And in order to transfer any amount over $10,000 of their appropriations, they'd have to go to the fiscal committee. So there's yet further guardrails in place, and then they might also have to go to the executive council. So I hope we will overturn the interim study recommendations so another motion could be brought forward. Thank you.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator DeRiso. Senator Carson, do you wish to speak? Senator D'Alessandro, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to refer to the finances of this bill and quote Cassie Kane from her testimony before the committee. Agencies would need to use existing agency funds and are required to go before both the governor and council and the fiscal committee to request permission to transfer funds to pay for the stipend. Every 2 years, upon the budget process beginning, Assistant Commissioner Bouchard prepares budget instructions for agencies, which will include instructions on how to make the request. The legislature has the final say on approval. Incentives would be targeted. I want to emphasize this because I think it's the critical issue, and all of us should digest this one. Incentives would be transferred to the most challenging positions for recruitment, the most challenging positions. And as I said, I met with the superintendent of New Hampshire Hospital. Now think of this, because every one of you gets a call about someone on that waiting list to get into New Hampshire Hospital, either a child or an adult. That request could be met if we could fill the vacancies. These are funded vacancies. They're not vacancies that need an appropriation. What we're doing now in state government is we're using funded vacancies to pay for overtime so that people are working additional hours to fill the vacancies. Now, is that good business? Is that good government? Absolutely not. There's no financial problem here. The problem is if we don't do it, we're going to have vacancies. They're going to continue. If the vacancies continue, as I predict they will, the inefficiencies in state government will continue. The waiting lists will continue. The services that we need to be offered will not be offered. Our constituents will suffer because of our inability to say to a department, for the purpose of recruitment and retention, you might be incentivized with dollars that are in your appropriation. We're not asking for more money. We're asking for common sense to be used in terms of recruiting and retention. I think it's quite clear to me. And I appreciate other people's opinion. Obviously, everybody has an opinion on the issue, but the facts speak for themselves. If you can't get people, you got to recruit. If you want people to stay, you've got to retain them. And I might say, I just heard this yesterday, Mr. President. We have 71 vacancies over at State Police. 71 vacancies that we can't fill. Think about local law enforcement. They can't fill jobs. We can't fill jobs at New Hampshire Hospital. But we're talking about buying Hempstead. We're talking about sending money to Hospital Corporation of America and other, 30 million here, 30 million here. Who's going to staff these positions? If we can't fill them here, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? This is a methodology that was developed internally by our own state government. They're asking us for our help to recruit and retain people. They're asking for our help. Isn't that what we're here for? To help people? We got a unanimous vote out of the first committee. Thank you, Senator, and you made a big change, which I thought was essential upon passage. Nothing wrong with that. I plead with my colleagues. Think about your state government. Think about your constituents. Think about the services that you want rendered to these people that can't be rendered because we can't fill the jobs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator D'Alessandro, further discussion? Senator Daniels.
Mr. President, I want to reiterate again, we are doing our due diligence. Department has come to us, has asked us for help. Fiscal has given them over $500,000 for 3 positions to come out with a process for recruiting people. What is not good government is to build one program on top of another that's supposed to be doing the same thing on top of another. And we see that so often, particularly when it comes to the budget. You look through the budget on the different mental health programs we have that could be combined into one. But that's what we're doing here with this proposal here, is putting one recruiting thing on top of another. We have already recognized that there is a need to recruit people. We have already appropriated $526,000 for 3 people to focus on filling those positions that the senator from District 20 was talking about. I don't think we need to keep throwing money at something. Let's let these 3 people do their job, do the programs that they're recruited to do, and we'll fill the positions. But bad government is not putting one on top of another. That does not solve a problem. It actually creates a problem, and it's called a fiscal cliff.
Discussion, Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very quickly, one of the real problems with government is that we have all these different departments all acting independently, doing their own programming, not coming together, not having any centralization, both because of the quality of the commissioner of this particular department and the role of this department in overseeing how all the departments work. This bill, with all of its different sponsors, it's amazing the bipartisan sense on the sponsors, recognizes that we need to bridge the silos on recruitment and retention. We need to develop expertise that can be disseminated across all the different agencies. I think this is really smart. This is a smart use of resources, is to use already existing resources, a department that already has a role of reaching out across other departments, bridging those silos, coming up with common sense, industry standard practices for recruitment and retention. So I would hope that we could overturn this and move forward with what I think is a smart bipartisan solution to a huge problem in the state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. Any further discussion? Question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of referred interim study on Senate Bill 226. Roll call has been requested by Senator D'Alessandro, seconded by Senator Avard. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Guide is excused. Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley is excused. Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The motion is defeated 11-11. Senator Bradley.
I move to table.
The motion is to table. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? The chair is in develop. The roll call has been requested on the tabling motion. The clerk will call the roll on tabling.
Who called the roll call?
Senator Bradley and Senator.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Guida is excused. Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald? Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley's excused. Senator Kavanaugh?
No.
Senator Reagan?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Coca?
No.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Sherman?
No.
Senator Morse?
Yes. Tabling motion passes 12 to 10 on Senate Bill 226. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 381 FNA, an act establishing an office of the Advocate for Special Education. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7 to 0. Senator Reagan for the committee.
Senator Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 381 ought to pass. This bill establishes an Office of the Advocate for Special Education administratively attached to the Department of Administrative Services and creates the position of Advocate for Special Education. The position would be responsible for advocacy and coordination and be the point of contact for parents, guardians, and caretakers of children with disabilities. In addition, Senate Bill 381 adds a new requirement for the Department of Education, as well as new monitoring requirements for school districts. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 381 and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reagan. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 381. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 387 FNA, an act making an appropriation to the body-worn and dashboard camera fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5 to 2. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 387 FN, inexpedient to legislate. This bill sought a $20 million appropriation in fiscal year 22 to the body-worn and dashboard camera fund administered by the Department of Safety. The appropriation would have been a charge against the available ARPA funds to the extent available for this purpose, with any remaining amount being charged to the state general fund. This appropriation would be used to reimburse county and municipal law enforcement agencies for 50% of the initial body-worn dashboard cameras and associated video retention acquisition costs. The majority of the committee noted the current practice of county and municipal law enforcement agencies is to purchase their own equipment. Some agencies have, in fact, already purchased or leased body-worn and dashboard cameras. Other municipalities may choose not to participate in such a program. Municipalities that have already purchased this equipment would be ineligible for subsequent purchases through this program. The Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 387 FN be found inexpedient to legislate and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask my colleagues to defeat this inexpedient to legislate motion so that I can offer amendment number 1217, which has been handed out to you. And just to correct what I'm going to be speaking about is an amendment that I shared with the committee. This doesn't need to be a $20 million allocation. It could be done with an $11,500,000 allocation. That's what I'm speaking about. And it would allow all towns, all 234 plus 10 counties, all 244 to apply for the dollars, assuming they want to adopt body dash cam programs, or they want to upgrade what they've done because they were on the bleeding edge, and there's now good technology because a lot of towns are doing this. So, what's the purpose of introducing this? It's to make sure that every town and county has a shot at equipping their officers with a body and/or dash camera. That's the standard that was recommended by the governor's Law Enforcement and Accountability, Transparency, and Communication Commission. Recommendations the governor said he'd implement in their entirety. I hope every member of the Finance Committee read the letter that Hollis Police Chief Joe Hobecki, the president of the New Hampshire Police Chiefs Association, gave to the committee. He sent it to all of us, me, you on the committee. The president of the Police Chiefs Association, he makes 4 points. First, body and dash cameras have reduced the number of complaints against his department and protected his officers. Second, the cost for his 15-member department to equip it with body cameras was $100,000. We submitted to the Finance Committee, the Department of Safety did, 4 departments that had done this, each with costs around $100,000. At a 50% match, that's $50,000 per department. We've got 3,300 officers in the state, when you exclude the state troopers. 3,300 officers. That's who would benefit from this. We used that to come up with this $11.5 million figure. I didn't do this by myself. Very well trusted Chief Financial Officer of the Department of Safety worked with me to develop this. It makes a one-time allocation. One time, not recurring, one time, to establish a standard across the state of New Hampshire. Third argument that Chief Hobecki gave to the committee. It is helpful to gain buy-in to allow each department to make a selection of a vendor on its own. The purchasing process creates buy-in from the officers. That's what he got when he did the bid. I understand some members of the Finance Committee, they may think that the state ought to have a single contract for all departments. I heard that discussion. Well, I'm sorry, my colleagues, that train has already left the station. The rules for distributing the biennial budget allocation of $1 million, which will lead to the award of only $850,000 because there's administrative costs to this. It will allow for grants maybe to 17 departments, maybe to 25 departments. And those rules have already been adopted by GELCAR. Grants have been applied for, the awards are about to be made, and there is nothing in the rules defining that applicant towns will buy from the Department of Safety's selected vendor. So the question before us today is really, really simple. And here it is. If you believe that only 20 to 25 departments in the state should receive a state matching grant, and we can wipe our hands and say, job complete, we're done, then vote for this inexpedient to legislate motion. But if you believe that the additional funds are needed to encourage, to equip every department, every police department with body and dash cameras and establish a common level of protection for law enforcement in this state, you'll vote down this ITL motion and allow for a subsequent motion and amendment to be brought forward. If we don't do this now, when will we do it? It'll never happen. And there's an insincere intent of the governor and an insincere intent on the part of this body to have it said that we adopt the recommendations of the LEAC Commission and leave the job this short of getting done. This is a question of public safety and law enforcement. This is going to be on scorecards. You're running for reelection. This is on your scorecard. And it's going to be left to the public to judge how well we've addressed this question. So don't say that we're all supporting public safety in this room. We aren't all supporting law enforcement in this room unless we vote down this ITL motion and we allow the introduction of an amendment that would implement a statewide body dash camera program and set the law enforcement standard that the LEAC Commission set forward to us. This is something that's supported by the Chiefs Association, by the ACLU, and all the members of the LEAC Commission. I'm finding it difficult to find where we think we're wiser by not spending these dollars than the recommendation that we had from this body. We can do this today, and I hope that we will vote down this ITL motion and allow the amendment to be introduced. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 387, and I ask my colleagues to join me in overturning the Finance Committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Last year, we established a body-worn and dashboard camera matching fund, and we placed $1 million in that fund. Certainly, this was a good start. However, if we truly plan to improve public safety, officer safety, provide the highest level of accountability and transparency when addressing civilian complaints, then we need to add to this matching fund to increase the reach of this program, especially to New Hampshire's smallest cities and towns. This bill calls on federal funds made available first as a way of adding to this fund, and those to be drawn upon as a form of reimbursement for communities, municipalities, and counties who choose to participate in the program. So let us finish the work that we've started. Let us bring these funds to local governments and counties and share in the cost rather than place it all upon them when they are working to ensure the safety of our Granite Staters. Thank you, Mr. President.
Prentice, Senator Ricciardi for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. A comment and then a question for.
Well, you get one or the other right now. So
Oh.
the question of Senator Khan.
Okay. Senator Khan, in some of the towns in my district, because we do believe that in the body cameras, but we craft a budget in a budget year. So for those towns that locally decided to give the body cameras for their police departments, how would you address that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. That's what this $11.5 million anticipates. Your town, Bedford, apparently, another town, Manchester City, and there are other examples where purchases have already taken place. Those were on early technology. The technologies have improved greatly. It's why most departments have gone into a lease purchase agreement. What this anticipates is that every town in the state, all 3,300 officers, would receive updated equipment, either for the first time or an update subsequent, because I don't know a town that bought these. Every town that I know of has entered into a lease purchase arrangement so that they can be serviced, number one, at no cost by the vendor, and number two, that they can be replaced at an appropriate time in the future. So this grant would be available at some appropriate time in the future for a department to access when they go through the renewal of their lease or purchase program.
Thanks, Senator Khan. Senator Ricciardi to speak? No?
I just agree with the intent of this. I really do. And I think that all of our police should have this. But and correct me if I'm wrong, but when we craft a budget in a budget year, that's the point of the budget, to be fiscally responsible. Wouldn't it make sense to wait for a new budget and take care of it then? I would probably defer more to finance, but it's just more of a comment question. Thank you.
Senator Sherman with a question?
Senator District 10.
Senator Khan, will you take the question?
Thank you, Senator. You've talked a lot about public safety and how these have been shown to have increased public safety. But doesn't the data also show that this increases the safety for the officer themselves, in terms of somebody knows that the officer is wearing a body camera, the interaction is going to be documented, and if they misbehave, that can be admissible in court. So would you agree that when we move to support the police officers with this, we're actually making their job safer?
I do agree. And it's also demonstrating the quality of police work that was conducted. It's documenting that perhaps the person who has made the complaint against that police officer doesn't recognize the steps that they initiated that caused the conflict that in their thoughts might have been initiated by the officer, but in fact it's demonstrating that that's not the case. And it's minimizing the number of complaints that departments need to actually follow through and go through formal investigations because they're withdrawn prior.
Thank you.
Senator Khan, Senator Hennessy with a question?
Senator from District 10.
Senator Khan.
I just want to walk through some of the things with you. So my first question is, in Senate Finance, we heard that this would be a 5-year funding program. Is that your understanding of what these funds would do?
It's a one-time allocation of $11,500,000. It may take 5 years to distribute those dollars because of those lease purchase agreements that we don't want to get in the middle of. The state doesn't. We don't want to allocate something that, as Senator from District 9 said, has already been spent. However, we know that all of that spending is in a lease purchase mode. So if that $11.5 million, one-time allocated, can be distributed by the Department of Safety on application over a 5-year period, that will roll out the dollars, but no more than $11.5 million.
Follow up? Thank you, Mr. President. So, but my question to you is the 5-year program is these funds would pay for 5 years of body cam lease.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Follow up? Got a bunch of follow-ups, Mr. President. Thank you. And thank you, Senator from District 10. So we're going to fund with these millions of dollars, 3 positions for however long it takes to expend these funds. I have a town in my district, a very small town, who grabbed onto the benefits of body-worn cameras early on. They've done their fiscal analysis, and they have a 4-year lease. So the way I see this, they would be going from a 4-year lease to a 5-year lease because it's financially incentivized, even if it doesn't make sense financially for the state. But they would also change the way that they have their server. We have, and again, the question is coming, Mr. President, we have in the state police, they have to have different servers and different hookups across the airwaves because of where they travel. But sometimes in our local towns, they come in and they upload into a server at the local district. So they don't have to pay for a very expensive service. But these funds are in there to make that switch from the fiscally responsible service, which they've already opted into, to then switch to a very expensive one because that's what they're going to get reimbursed for 5 years. Is that what your attention is?
We needed a basis on which to develop a cost. We looked at 4 departments that had recently, 4 towns that had recently entered into these agreements, these multi-year agreements. The towns, it cost per officer $100,000 approximately in each of those 4 towns, whether that was a 4 or 5-year agreement. And so whatever the agreement is, I just understand there's a technology obsolescence that towns face. Whether that's in 4 years or 5 years, the $100,000 was the basis for the estimate. $50,000 per department. Can we do this at a certain cost, assuming not all departments are going to implement this? And that's for the 3,300 officers in the state, $11.5 million, which includes those staff positions that you said, for the administration of the program. That's what this amendment would allow us to do.
And then final follow-up question. First, an apology to Senator from District 10. I didn't realize I needed to keep standing up. So this, taking a small town in District 1 as the example, they just entered into a 4-year lease program. We're going to wait till the end of that 4-year program. We're still funding these 3 positions all of those 4 years. And then they're going to enter into a new 5-year lease with these funds. Are we going to be funding those 3 people for the rest of 5 years to cut a check every year for the lease that they enter into?
I trust that the department and legislature will have those discussions and determine, is it necessary to have that staff load 5 years hence?
Thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Bradley.
Question of our friend from District 1.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
So my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the rules for the $1 million appropriation that some of us voted for sincerely have just been published.
Yes, that is correct.
Second question.
Further question.
I will accept.
How much of that $1 million has been allocated?
My understanding that 0 of those funds have been allocated so far because those rules were just presented to the departments.
Further question. Wouldn't it make more sense, especially with the give and take that you just had from our colleague from District 10 about some of the financial implications for all the towns, that if there is a need after this $1 million is fully allocated, which it hasn't been yet, that we do so in the budget next year? Doesn't that make a lot more sense?
Senator from District 3, I sincerely believe in the appropriate use of body cameras, and I sincerely would appropriate additional funds to this fund if there was still a need for the departments to adopt this program in the budget next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. A complicated issue, and we all have different experiences. Some of our towns may have already done it. A couple hundred haven't. And let's think about the consequence of waiting here. I'll tell a little story about what happened in Barrington. 2 years ago now, I think, maybe 3 years ago, an officer went out on a wellness check, started to approach the front door of the house, and shots rang out. He made it back to his cruiser. The shots continued. He was behind the cruiser. And then the last shot, the man took his own life. Now, that officer, for several weeks, he just wouldn't take his cruiser home because his young daughter would see the bullet holes. He helped spearhead and supervise the acquisition of the body camera. I went and demonstrated. Barrington was one of the first towns in the state to get them. I wanted to see how they work and what they could do. And the capacities here to keep officers safe are extraordinary because it lets other officers and the dispatcher access that camera and know the situation that an officer is in. Provide backup. Maybe even see things the officer doesn't see. And I was told they have a well-trained police dog in Barrington. The camera comes as an attachment you put on a dog. So if there's a house that has to be entered, but you might not have to risk the life of an officer because the dog can go in and the camera can see what's there. So this is why I don't think we should wait. A couple hundred towns, 3,300 officers. We can provide for their safety. Maybe we can keep from an officer getting shot in the line of duty because these cameras are an extraordinarily important tool for effective and safe police operation. We've got the money, I think. You know, you look at the budget statements. We've got the money. What's more important than fulfilling the LEAC Commission report, fulfilling what is the express will of the governor and what our police chiefs know will work and want to get? It's not going to solve every problem. And I think the leasing things, these things have to be worked out. But there's 3,300 officers out there. I don't want another officer from my district, any other state, to go home with a bullet-riddled car, or maybe not to make it home at all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 387. Further discussion. Senator Khan.
Mr. President, if I follow the statements of those who are going to support the inexpedient to legislate motion, I'm led to believe that we're going to have funded and put this infrastructure in place, and then we're going to wait another year and unfund it because there won't be the dollars next year for it. Then we're going to go through a legislative process, and we might reinstate it and make it competitive. And by the way, in the meantime, federal grant dollars are on the line that might cover towns in the other 50% that they might be able to compete for. And there's no assurance of where the state stands on this. I don't think this wish and a prayer is the way to go. Let's just declare this is the standard of law enforcement that we believe provides a level of public safety and protection for law enforcement. Vote this down. Let's put the appropriation in place, and let's continue the program. That makes the most sense to me. So, again, thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 387. Seeing none, you ready for the question? Roll call by Senator Rosenwald, seconded by Senator Abad. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 387. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Guide is excused. Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi. Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley is excused. Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. Yeah, 13-9, the motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 394FN, an act relative to the definition of a child with a disability under special education laws. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 394FN ought to pass. This bill would change the definition of a child with a disability to include students through the school year in which they turn 21. A child turning 21, receiving services in accordance with an individualized education program shall continue to receive services until the end of the school year. Senate Bill 394 becomes effective July 1st, 2023. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of the bill and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 394. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 408 FN, an act directing the Department of Health and Human Services to make adjustments to the facility fee reimbursement schedule for freestanding birthing centers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4 to 2. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 408 FN inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have directed the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services to adopt an amendment to the Medicaid facility fee reimbursement rate for freestanding birthing centers to ensure the rate is compatible to that for hospitals. Although well-intentioned, committee members noted birthing centers are private businesses and can raise their rates if need be. They questioned the government's role in ensuring the financial sustainability of birthing centers. It was suggested the sponsor consider bringing the bill forward next session where it could be debated during the budget discussions. A specific rate and support for such a rate would need to be determined beforehand. Citing the need for more data, the Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 408 be found inexpedient to legislate and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 408 and FN, and I ask my colleagues to vote down the Finance Committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Senate Bill 408, as described, directs the Department of Health and Human Services to adjust the facility reimbursement schedule for freestanding birthing centers under Medicaid, under the Medicaid program here in New Hampshire, specifically to make the rate comparable to hospital rates. The facility fee under Medicaid for these centers is $637.78 currently. And from what I can tell, this has never changed. Today, there are 5 centers, freestanding birthing centers in New Hampshire: Concord, Lebanon, Milford, Salem, and Swansea. Family choices for obstetric care, for their childbirth experience, it matters. Licensed freestanding birthing centers offer this choice. Over the past 20 years, we have seen 10 hospital-based delivery units close in New Hampshire. The most recent is Parkland Medical Center in Derry. That was in 2020. We can't lose sight of the overall struggle that our delivery of obstetrical care is facing in this state. Raising the Medicaid facility fee reimbursement rates is one step to support our families who choose the freestanding birthing center option for how they will welcome their newest and smallest members to their families. In asking my colleagues to consider overturning this recommendation so that I could offer a recommendation of ought to pass, which I have a floor amendment for, I do again want to remind that this is about comparable rates, and that freestanding birthing centers should not be disqualified from receiving comparable rates as do other freestanding healthcare centers in the state who, have, when their patients have insurance, Medicaid, they are billed for that and they are reimbursed. So they're not disqualified whether they're private or they're not-for-profit. So I think that we need to consider that as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion of ITL, or sorry, whatever the motion is, and support my colleague from District 5. When the Finance Committee originally saw this bill, it had some concerning language in there that would support ongoing operations. I believe her amendment fixes the concerning language in there. But the biggest problem that I had as a finance committee member when we originally got this bill was that we did not have a fiscal note. And so how could I have approved something when I didn't know how much it was going to cost? Since then, we've gotten the fiscal note. It costs $5,000 of general funds a year, brings in approximately $15,000 of federal funds a year. I think as we continue to see critical access hospitals close their labor and delivery services, we are going to be relying on these birthing centers going forward in our state. And ideally, they would pop up in more rural areas as well. And I think that this bill, the way it is amended by the senator from District 5, will do that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. Any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 408. You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Prentice, seconded by Senator Bradley. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Guide is excused. Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley is excused. Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
No. The inexpedient motion is defeated 1-21. Senator Prentice for a motion of ought to pass. Senator Prentice for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce Floor Amendment 2022-1126S. This simply, as my colleague from District 1 highlighted earlier, changes the language in the findings that takes out operational sustainability and speaks only to choices for families, newborns in the healthcare community that are offered by freestanding birthing centers. That's it. Thank you, Mr. President. I urge my colleagues to vote for this.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Prentice offers floor amendment 1126S and has spoken to her amendment. Are we ready for the question? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 408. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 420 FNAL, an act establishing an extraordinary need grant for schools. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 420 FNA local ought to pass. This bill establishes an ongoing extraordinary need education funding grant. It will allow additional funding to go to the neediest of our schools throughout the state based on a town's property's equalized valuation per pupil, eligible to receive free or reduced lunch. This extraordinary need grant is set up as an ongoing grant in addition to adequacy aid and the ongoing $35 million in relief aid we added to the budget last year. SB 420 FNA local will send additional funding to towns on top of what was accomplished in the budget, an additional $14.7 million for the upcoming school year 22-23. These grants are intended to provide consistency and stability for schools districts. Therefore, they will not be limited to one-time use. The towns qualifying for this extraordinary need grant can be found in the fiscal note of the bill. The Senate Finance Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on SB 420 FNA local. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Question is on the, Senator Khan?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment, or this bill. But I just want to point out for us a couple of things. One, what's $14 million today in this bill, it's in the fiscal note, drops to $9 million next year, or in fiscal '24. What I had offered at the last time we talked about this with the Education Committee's unanimous approval of this, or recommendation, is that $650 per needy student per district is a paltry amount. This is, and that if we wanted to reach a level funding, fill that $34 million gap, we might adopt something that was at $1,900 per pupil. But we're back with the original proposal. It's $14 million versus the $34 million. And that's where we're going to leave it. It's a wise move, and I appreciate the work that our colleague from District 1 has put into this. It should pass. And I hope that in the House, they'll look at this dollar amount and recognize the opportunity it presents to adequately provide dollars to districts with needy kids and insufficient funds to address those needs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 420. You ready for the, Senator Bradley with a question of Senator Hennessy?
Yep. Question, Senator Hennessy. Thank you. My understanding is this bill is ongoing funding. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. This is ongoing funding.
And my understanding is, because we've had debates about this bill and a prior bill, that the so-called apples to apples comparison, when we've heard figures bandied about of $34 million cut, was compared to one-time funding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so this bill, with an ongoing funding methodology, is something that communities are going to be able to depend on, and it will help those who need the help the most. Is that correct?
That is correct. It will help the communities that need the funding the most.
Thank you.
Senator Bradley, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 420. Senator Gannon with a question.
From District 1. If she'll take my question. You're the good senator from District 1.
I am the good senator.
I
from
love
District
that
1.
license plate.
If you're not first, you're last.
So just a quick question, just because I represent 9 communities that are very middle class, many trailer parks, we're getting nothing. So we're paying our tax money and getting nothing. Even my proposed 4 additional towns in the future are getting nothing. So I have to think of the interest of my towns out of $13 million getting nothing and paying their taxes in business taxes, and I can't support this bill. Do you think it's fair that my towns will get nothing?
I think that you are very correct to be concerned, Senator. However, feel free to vote no, but this bill does direct the money to the towns that need it most. Thank you.
Senator Khan to speak.
I want this record to be really clear. The $34 million cut is not on one-time money. The $34 million cut is on this year's appropriation. This year's appropriation. I've talked too much today. This year's no vote on that. This year's appropriation of $988 million for education, public school funding versus $954 million of education funding for next year. This adds $14 million to the $954 million, still leaving us $20 million short. Just want the record to be really clear so that when we're talking about education funding and what we have funded and what we haven't funded, that we all have the same numbers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. The question is the adoption of committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 420. You ready for the question? Senator Hennessy, do you have a question?
Thank you,
Of?
Thank you, Mr. President. Of the senator from District 23.
23. Senator Gannon.
Y'all, how you doing?
Good, good.
Good.
Senator, I apologize. I should have answered your question a little more thoroughly. I bet have you looked at where that $35 million goes that we put into the budget? Because I think that if you do, you'll find that some of your towns are in that allocation.
Okay, I will take a closer look beyond what I got yesterday. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
So, the question is the adoption of a committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 420. Are you ready for the vote now? Roll call has been requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Bradley. The clerk will call the roll. Oops, Senator's in recess.
Senator Bradley?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator French?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi?
Yes.
Senator Khan?
Yes.
Senator Daniels?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley's excused. Senator Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Senator Reagan?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
Yes.
Senator Bertzel?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
No way.
Senator Sherman?
Yes.
Senator Morse?
Yes. The ayes have it, 21-1. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 424 FN, an act relative to renewable energy and natural gas, having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 424 FN ought to pass. This bill authorizes the recovery of costs related to a utilities procurement of natural gas and other qualified investments upon approval of the Public Utilities Commission. Senate Bill 424 FN requires the Department of Energy to consult with utilities on their request for proposal for renewable natural gas and conduct a study of renewable natural gas. The department confirmed this work could be done within existing resources. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 424 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Motion is ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 424. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 398, an act making an appropriation to the Department of Environmental Services for funding eligible wastewater projects. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 398 ought to pass. This bill appropriates $5.7 million in fiscal year '23 and $6.9 million in fiscal year '24 of general funds to the Department of Environmental Services for the purpose of funding eligible wastewater projects under RSA 486. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of the bill and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Daniels. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 398. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 412, an act making an appropriation to the Department of Environmental Services for the purpose of funding public water system projects. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 7-0. Senator Daniels for the committee.
Senator Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. President. One more time. I move House Bill 412 inexpedient to legislate. This bill sought to appropriate $500,000 each of general funds in both 23 and 24 to the Department of Environmental Services for the purpose of funding public water system projects eligible for state and/or federal assistance. There is federal money coming to the state in both fiscal year 23 and 24. That is in addition to money currently at the department's disposal to help disadvantaged towns develop public water systems. For that reason, the Senate Finance Committee recommends House Bill 412 be found inexpedient to legislate and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Table?
House Bill 412. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 1390, an act relative to access to language translation services and telemedicine. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
I move House Bill 1390 ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 1390 is amended by the House requires language access services for limited English proficient speakers and deaf or hard of hearing individuals when healthcare services are provided through telemedicine. This will simply ensure that those individuals who already receive transcription or translation services at medical appointments are able to receive those same services when accessing their healthcare through telemedicine. This is common sense since the technology exists and is already in use by providers. The committee amendment reflects an agreement reached between the New Hampshire Insurance Department and the Department of Health and Human Services, the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, and our friend on the other side of the aisle from Freedom, that the language in House Bill 1390 was inserted into the wrong RSA and correctly relocates the language to RSA 310A, the OPLC statute on telemedicine. The Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support of the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1390. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1390. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 344, an act relative to the quorum requirements under the right to know law of the meetings open to the public. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill was, it was re-referred to interim study, but the pending motion is on Senator Daniels' floor amendment. So,
Senator Bradley.
Please, Mr. President.
Senate is going to be in recess till 1 o'clock. one. Just saying. We're in the Judiciary Committee. Without objection, Senate Bill 344 is special ordered to the next session. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 449, an act relative to the retention of Social Security numbers by the Division of Motor Vehicles. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 449 ought to pass with amendment. This bill allows the Department of Safety to save the last 5 digits of an individual's Social Security number. This practice would help to limit criminal activity by improving identity verification matches in New Hampshire, as well as in interstate travel. Having this portion of the Social Security number would only be used for identification purposes and would not be used for any other situations. The intent of the committee amendment is to have a box A and a box B. One box is to hold the 5 digits of the person's Social Security number. The other box is to have the whole Social Security number saved. Please support the majority of Transportation's motion of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce floor amendment 1192S, and I'd like to speak to the amendment.
Chairman offers floor amendment 1192S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a good bill except for one thing, and I agree and have worked with Representative Kirk in the past on issues of privacy, and we are in full agreement on this. Currently, if you apply for a driver's license in the state of New Hampshire, you have an option to allow them to hold on to your Social Security number and keep that connected to your driver's license, or you can opt out and not have your Social Security number retained as a part of your driver's license record. That's part of the privacy. It reminds me of when we had license plate readers on 93, and we made sure that those did not retain the numbers of the license plates. They couldn't be used for any other purpose. This kind of privacy is part of our core as New Hampshire residents. So the question was, for me, if we took away the right of someone to refuse to have their Social Security number associated with their driver's license in the record, would that impair or impede the ability to do these criminal checks? And we heard from the DMV, and they said no. They said it takes a little longer, but they've had really no problems doing the criminal check for people who do not have a Social Security number associated with their driver's license. It's faster if you have even the 5 digits or the 4 digits, but currently they do it. And the benefit of the bill is that, and the amendment, is that the amendment restores the ability to say, no, I'm not going to have my Social Security number attached to my driver's license. But it also, we know that it still meets the intent of the bill, which is the vast majority of people will likely, as they currently do, not worry about it. And those people can go ahead and be a part of having their Social Security number or a part of their Social Security number attached to their driver's license. All my amendment does is it says we are not going to give up the ability of someone to hold on to their privacy, hold on to the confidentiality, hold on to their Social Security number, and not have it be a part of the permanent record associated with that driver's license. So that's all it does. It doesn't stop the process that the bill is helping to facilitate. That number of people will likely be decreased because I think most people will agree to having a portion of their Social Security number attached. But it does allow the New Hampshire choice of protecting your privacy. So I hope you will accept the amendment and we can move forward with a unanimous ought to pass on the bill as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. Senator Bertzel.
I asked the body to vote against Amendment 1197S. While we were in the committee, we did hear from the DMV. Yes, they currently do it. It takes a lot more time for them to do it. New Hampshire recently implemented the state-to-state verification, and New Hampshire is the 32nd state to join, which they can verify an individual has one driver's license, one social security number across the country. All data points match if someone moves into New Hampshire or out somewhere else. The last 5 digits are used to actually see if there is a unique match to that. So this would make it easier for DMV. They did specify, they did work with Senator, the good senator from District 6 to kind of tighten it up and hone it in. And I believe this, this amendment that the amendment that we put on there is good. Now keep in mind, if we have real ID cards or real ID driver's license, DMV has to keep our social security numbers. So with that, I hope you vote down 1192S, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bertzel. Further discussion? The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1192S. Roll call has been requested by Senator Sherman, seconded by Senator Bertzel. You ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Guide is excused. Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
No.
Messed that up. Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley's excused. Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. You're right. Okay. Floor amendment is defeated, 10 yeses, 12 noes. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 449. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Roll call has been requested by Senator Avard and seconded by Senator Daniels. You ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Guide is excused. Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward. Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley is excused. Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
Nope.
Senator Morse.
Yes. I should have known better. The ayes have it, 12 to 10. The motion is adopted. It's ordered to third reading. Senator Carson. Taking a bill off the,
Yes, I wasn't expecting it. I thought something else was going to happen first. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to remove Senate Bill 227 FN off the table, and I'd like to speak to it.
motion is to remove Senate Bill 227 off the table. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? It removes Senate Bill 227 off the table. The pending motion is ought to pass as amended. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the body for taking this bill off the table. I'm sorry?
Okay, go ahead.
I had originally asked this bill to be placed on the table because I knew that we were going to be getting some bills in ED&A addressing this same issue coming over for the House. We received those bills. Yesterday morning, we had the public hearings on those bills. What the bill that we have here in our possession that is now off the table really does what both of those other bills do. It addresses the issue of additional benefits for our first responders. And in our version, we included corrections officers. In the House version, there's one bill, which is House Bill 91, which only deals with first responders. And then there's a second bill that deals with corrections officers. So it's much easier just to have one bill with both of them in there rather than to deal with two bills. So I discussed it with the committee yesterday. We are in agreement that those other bills are going to come forward to the floor next week. And I will ask for those two bills to be put on the table just in case something should happen to the Senate bill. I've also talked with the chair of House ED&A, so she's expecting this, and hopefully they will be able to work with it and make it and pass it. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Calendar. We're now on the bills removed from the consent calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred, House Bill 1063, an act relative to technical changes to the administration of certain taxes by the Department of Revenue Administration. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1063 ought to pass with amendment. This bill makes technical changes requested by the Department of Revenue Administration to the business profits tax, the meals and rooms tax, and the administration of taxes by the department. The committee amendment deletes Section 1 of the bill, which pertained to the net operating loss or NOL deduction. This language was similar to what had already been passed in SB 435 and therefore is no longer necessary. The change in Section 2 simply replaces an outdated term. Section 3 corrects a portion of the statute that wasn't updated when the meals and room tax rate was reduced last year. Section 4 eliminates a duplicative requirement that the department send notice of the granting of a refund or credit. I urge the body to follow the committee's recommendation and vote this ought to pass.
Senator Hennessy, the motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move floor amendment 2022-1176S.
Senator Hennessy offers floor amendment 1176S. And may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to thank the senators from District 22, District 18, District 3, and District 20 for co-sponsoring this amendment with me. This amendment is a technical clarification to the County Bonding Authority statute, which is essential for the redevelopment of the Balsams in Dixville Notch. The developer is in the process of financing the Balsams project through Goldman Sachs, which includes issuance of the county redevelopment district bonds under New Hampshire RSA 33-20 for an unincorporated place. In that process, the independent bond counsel for the county has run into a snag that prevents him from providing the unqualified bond counsel opinion the market requires. The problem is that the redevelopment district legislation passed in 2019 under HB 540, specifically for unincorporated places, provides that the county would adopt a financing plan that provided for the issuance of the redevelopment district bonds, which everyone agrees includes not only the terms of the bond, but also the manner of their sale. Unfortunately, there is another New Hampshire statute, RSA 2824, that provides generally that all county bonds must be sold through a public competitive bidding process. That's fine for general obligation bonds, but the types of bonds that Goldman Sachs are selling for projects like the Balsams redevelopment are always sold through a private negotiated sale. The county bond counsel, the developer's lawyer, the Goldman Sachs lawyer, and the New Hampshire Attorney General all agree more specific provisions in the redevelopment district statute RSA 3320 should control, but he can't give an unqualified opinion until the language in the RSA is cleared up. The proposed change to the existing statute simply says that Redevelopment Districts Enabling Act, New Hampshire RSA 3320, controls over this more general statute, RSA 2824, regarding the manner of selling the redevelopment district bonds. This is truly a technical change needed to move forward with the issuance of the bonds. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll take no questions.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1176. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, just barely. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 103. Ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Recognize Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Ricciardi, you know, next week we're going to be here late, so you could bring food next week.
I think he's telling me I owe everybody spanakopita. I think I'm getting the hint. Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate. It's an honor to be here today as a Greek American and celebrate the 201st anniversary of Greek Independence Day. March 25th, just like 4th of July, isn't just a day of celebration. It's a reminder about the sacrifices that our forefathers made in the advancement of freedom and democracy. It is a reminder that even though the concept of democracy first took shape in ancient Greece over 2,000 years ago, and they found themselves under the brutal reign of a foreign empire for over 400 years. All around our great state, groups of Greeks and Greek Americans are celebrating with flag-raising ceremonies and singing the national Greek anthem. This year, these celebrations are even more remarkable as we see Ukrainian flags flown in solidarity and support of those citizens fighting for their very own freedoms. It is also a reminder that the human spirit desires to be free. To every Greek and Greek American in our state, happy Greek Independence Day, Zito I Alias, which means Long live Greece.
Thank you. Italy next.
Say will come.
Any further announcements? Without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business to come before the Senate? Next Thursday, we'll start at 10. We're going to be up there in the amount of legislation that we have, so it will be a long day. We will make sure we have food for you, but it may go into the night based on what I'm reading right now. So just plan on that. I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purpose of introducing legislation, referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments. And when we recess to the call of the chair. Thank you.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.